Hey, Philip, welcome. Be careful. You're gonna end up like me with 1,000 playthroughs going at the same time. Welcome back again, Lord Henry. Thanks for being here. She definitely will, Philip. Yeah, I went back and missed out on, or went back and redid 8 hours or so of my personal playthrough a long time ago. Once that came out, I think that was patch 3 when that happened. I went back and reloaded a save in my personal playthrough and went back and knocked her out in the goblin camp, and yep, she showed up. Yeah, I saw about the Rebirth release. There's been a lot of articles written about the new one as well. Can't remember what number it is. I quit playing Final Fantasy when I got rid of my original Nintendo. Yeah, I think the next one is like 15 or 16 or 17 or something, something like that. And you know, that's interesting. I'm gonna go Google up what version it was I played on the original Nintendo. Okay, so that was the very first one. So I played Final Fantasy 1, the original one, on NES. Like Final Fantasy 2 was also out for the original NES as well. Hey David, welcome. I honestly can't remember. I've done the Goblin Camp and the Tea House different ways. I believe in the playthroughs I did here between the Bard and the Paladin, but I think normally I've gone through it with Ethel first before the Goblin Camp. But it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. There's not really gear that's going to make that big a difference one way or the other, except for the brand. The brand comes in very helpful against anti-Ethel on honor mode. Because then in using the gloves of power, I believe is what they are, ranged, allows you to keep her baned all the time. So her legendary action hits and her attack hits are a lot less likely to land, or are harder to land. What would see invisibility change inside the tea house? I'm trying to think. Because, I mean, she goes invisible. She doesn't go invisible nearly as much on honor mode as she does in lower difficulties. Because she has so many reactions and that sort of stuff that she does with her legendary actions. So I guess if you're playing it on one of the lower difficulties and she chooses to go invisible, then that would be helpful. Yeah, no, that's something definitely that I would recommend, is Lord Henry's suggestion. There's so much gear that can help against the Ethel fight. Oh, if you're trying to kill her before she goes into the fire pit. I don't know if that's even possible anymore in... Boy, I don't know if that... Yeah, I'd have to go check and see if they patched that out or not. Yeah, I know it could be done. There were a lot of people that showcased it off in YouTube videos, but I'm not entirely sure if it's still possible or not. I haven't seen anybody do it in a long time. Oh, you can... her invisibility only works until she takes damage. So you can target the area where she's at. I think I showed how to find out exactly where she's at using the hide pathing mechanic in one of these two playthroughs. To let you know where she's at. If you cast either an AoE spell or you do an AoE weapon action like Cleave or something like that that swings in an arc in front of you, if you hit with either one of those and cause damage, she'll appear. Yeah, and that's one of the best ways to do it, is to cast an AoE damage spell over the spot that she's sitting. And as soon as she takes damage from it, her invisibility will break. So if you have characters lined up with initiative, you can pick whoever's able to do that. And like I say, either with a cleave type weapon action or something like that that doesn't have to target an individual, it targets an area. Then yeah, as soon as she takes damage, it'll pop, and then all your other characters can directly target her. But the only other real way to make sure you do it is if you get off something that stuns her or something like that. Because getting enough damage off on her in one turn out there is quite difficult. What I've seen people do is cast Arcane Lock on the stairs. Not on the fire pit, but on the stairs, and she walks up to it and can't get through it. And that used to cause a bug, and I think that was patched out. I'd have to go back and look, but that used to be the way to make sure that she didn't go anywhere, was to use the Arcane Lock spell and lock the stairs going down, because the stairs counted as like a doorway, quote unquote, as far as the game was concerned. Oh, somebody's done that on YouTube. Philip, she talks about how you are halfway there, or something like that, when she mentions your eye. And yeah, Lord Henry, that's what I had seen the most times, is Arcane Lock, casting it on the stairs. I don't know if that works anymore, though. I know that was one of the go-to ways of doing it, but it used to cause a bug, because she would walk up to the stairs, and she would try and go down the stairs like 40 times, and it would pop up the door locked thing above her head. Like 50 times, and it would bug out the game sometimes. So I don't know if that's still in the game or not. Yeah, if you go Google it, Philip, you'll see they go through the whole discussion of her talking to you about taking out your eye. It's something to the effect of, you're halfway to perfection, but you still have one, useless eye or something like that. He also knocked out the two brothers, had the patch it so the sister doesn't act like they are dead. The last time I saw that happen, and I'm gonna have to think about that for a second while we get started. I played through that encounter 50 different ways, and somebody on YouTube's played it a whole bunch of different ways, and you can see how Ethel reacts. But I honestly can't remember. So we'll go ahead and get started here. Welcome everyone to today's live stream, episode 29 of our Baldur's Gate 3 Paladin gameplay series. I'm Commander Jorval, and I want to thank you for coming along on our journey today. So, on some admin notes, the big thing this week is Hotfix 20 from Larian. Hotfix 20 came out on, I believe it was everything except for the Xbox. So it came out on PC, PS5, and the Mac. And they're going to be releasing the Xbox hotfix shortly. But then the big thing also about that was that hotfix also came with the Mac release of patch 6. Patch 6 that's been delayed a bit while Larian kind of worked to incorporate that patch as well as all the subsequent hotfixes since patch 6. So now the Mac is fully updated again, so make sure you're taking advantage of that by making sure your game's updated. Hotfix 20 has a few or a couple of important things. There were some crashes that were due around save games and that sort of stuff, and some multiplayer stuff. There were a couple of bugs with Minthara that I ran into on my personal playthrough, where she did the old Shadowheart thing and didn't follow your group around when she was, or your party around when she was grouped up. They fixed some of that. They have fixed some other things where the first time you rescue Minthara from Moonrise Towers, she would stay with your party, and that would cause a problem going back in, and everyone recognizes her and goes hostile against you, so they've fixed that as well. So they did do some fixes, bug fixes. There are some VFX fixes and that sort of stuff as well, visual effects fixes and that sort of stuff to go along with it. So they are obviously listening to what the community's saying on the forums and taking proactive action to patch all those things up. So good on them, as always, what we expect from Larian. The second admin note is just a quick reminder. If you want to get more of the full lowdown, you can go back to, or you can watch the intro to the Bard live stream. But I just want to say that I appreciate my community. Everyone in my community has been extraordinarily nice and friendly and welcoming to each other and to me, and I certainly appreciate that. The internet can go to some dark places sometimes, and that's been happening this week with public comments made against Larian about the future of the mod support and that sort of stuff, and that's never excusable. There's no way to make any excuse for that. The internet allows people to get a little bit far out because of the anonymity of it, and I just want to say thank you to all of you and all of my community here for staying away from all of that. You've been incredibly nice and supportive, and I certainly appreciate that. So thank you very much for that. And the last admin note is that next week I will not be in town. So I have already pre-recorded a Bard live stream that will go up as a video at the same time next Saturday, and after I'm done here, I'm going to pre-record another live stream to go up next Sunday for the Paladin video as well. It will not be a live stream because I obviously won't be here, so anything that happens throughout this week, as far as if there are any more hot fixes or updates or anything like that, I won't be able to talk about it in the intro, but I will be able to update it again when I get back. So from Thursday of this week until Thursday of this week until Tuesday of next week, I will be out of town. The Starfield live stream on Wednesday will be unaffected, and the Starfield live stream next Wednesday will also be unaffected. But this coming weekend for the Bard and Paladin live streams, you get a video instead. So straight continuation of the live streams. It just unfortunately won't be live, so I'll miss talking to all of you. But do want to take my electric vehicle on a longer cross-country trip to see some family, so gonna go have some fun seeing all of them. So I think that does it for the admin notes. So on a recap, last week we had started making our way into and through the Grand Mausoleum. We had finished most of the major encounters outside of the Gauntlet of Shar. So we met with Balthazar, we talked to your gear and had the encounter there. And now we are getting ready to venture into another encounter here concerning all of the various rodents that we have encountered so far in the Gauntlet, and we're going to find out the secret behind all of them. So we'll jump in here. Okay, so here's where we were. Now, the encounter that we're talking about is down here. Now, at this time, if we go down there, nothing is going to happen. You can see that. We'll head down the cragged rock. Okay, and you can see that nothing is showing up on our radar down here. Okay, and that's because we skipped having conversations with the rats. We didn't talk to them. We didn't do anything with them. And we want to rectify that. And luckily for us, right up here at the top, where we dealt with your gear, there is a group of rats. So we'll go up here and talk to them. And there they are on the map. We have speak with animals. You don't have to have speak with animals. It just opens up a lot of the lore here. So let's go talk to them.
Very well.
Unworthy of dark cloak. Unworthy of dark fur. Unworthy.
As rats go, this one seems to be somewhat of an eccentric.
Okay, so we have an insight check or an animal handling check. We're going to go with insight here.
The rat isn't merely territorial, it's proud. This place means a great deal to it.
We've always been here. It's ours. We watch over it. You do not belong.
Are you really being waylaid by a snack? Let's just look around. Vermin be damned.
Leave. Away. My nest. My dark.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is attack one of the rats. Okay, the others are going to run off. But they will calm down after a while. And they will still be around, and you can go talk to them again.
My head's too full. Wants to burst. This is your fault. You slew my kin. Fiend. Blood spiller. Unworthy wretch. Attack one, and you make foes of all! Very ordinary, but one of many. Leave us be, or we'll gnaw your rotten bones in the dark. You make my head ache. You make me miss things I never had.
I'm not imagining it, am I? These rats' grasp of language seems to be improving.
I mourn them. I mourn me. It's your fault. You filled my skull full of pain and dead men's faces. Then my misery becomes another's. More fear, more pain, more memories. I remember hands. Why do I remember having hands?
Okay, we're going to attack again. Okay, and as soon as you kill one, the others that might be around will completely disappear. They're not on the map anymore, and that's what you're looking to have happen. So now we're going to head back down where we were. And that area should look a little different now. Okay, so we'll head down the cragged rock again. And there's the rat.
You kill many, but many remain. Stop! Spare our lives or face my teeth and claws. Every little death fills my head with more thoughts. It's too much, too painful. Kill one more of us and you will pay.
Okay, so you can make a bargain here.
An ordinary rat alone, but together, something more. Some remember turning away from the sun. Some remember donning a black cloak. Some remember plunging a blade into an innocent heart. But we all remember a name. Lithindor. We share who he was. It shouldn't be. We should be one long dead. Instead, we are many. Scurrying, hiding, surviving. We are just crumbs of a life. Harmless nothings, unless you test us. Leave us in peace. There are treasures. Useless to us now, but once they had value, meaning. We hid them away, untouched for a lifetime. Keep your word, and we will reveal them to you.
Okay, so if you make this bargain, they're going to mark a cache on your map. That cache doesn't really have anything all that memorable in it. You're better off here making an attack against the rats. So we're going to leave here, and I haven't done this way. I'm going to leave and see if that rat moves downstairs and the others show up. It doesn't. So I'm going to go back here and split everybody apart. Because you can see that there are holes up here. There's one here. There's another one here. Another one here. And those are just like the holes at the goblin camp. They allow the rats to move up to this upper area.
There is work to do. This way.
The rat stares at you. It almost seems like it wants your attention. The rat's beady eyes hold your gaze intently.
Okay, and there are the rats that appeared down there. Okay, so now with my turn, I am going to cast Spirit Guardians. Well, I don't have to. I'll click on the rock and walk down to the very base of it. And now I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians. And now I'm just going to end my turn. Now, these rats are fairly straightforward. Just simple rats, nothing special about them. However, as you start killing rats, more rats are going to spawn. And those rats can do different things. They can let out clouds of sleeping gas. They can let out clouds of poison gas. And you'll see that as they start dying. If they get within melee range of you, those clouds will affect you. However, if they come up and just run into the Spirit Guardians, then those clouds are outside of your reach. So we'll just watch the show here. And you can see we're starting to get necrotic rats. Now we're going to get soporific rats. These are the ones that have sleep clouds. And you can see the cloud that it makes. And this is the other good thing about using Shadowheart, is that even if they do come up here to the top and then come back down a different way, she's immune to sleep. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to end my turn. See, there she's immune to sleeping. So one got a little close. If they come at you from the ramp down, they will be inside your range, and that cloud will hit you. Most of the time, you won't be hit by the clouds if you're down here, but those soporific rats have a big AoE. So having Shadowheart being immune to sleep is a good thing. It doesn't really matter if she's immune or not, because even if somebody who was casting Spirit Guardians falls asleep, they stay active, so they wouldn't be able to get to them.
These hands. Too big. Where are the others? Where's the rest of me? You! Why did you have to keep prying? Why couldn't you just leave?
This gives you an option because you came down here with Shadowheart.
My side is dead. Just piles of old bones lying in the dark. You're nothing to me. Such ignorance is unworthy of the Night Singer's followers. Her church will be stronger once you are dead.
Okay. And now Lyrthandor is going to appear. So inflict wounds is 6d6 at his level. So I'm going to counterspell that. That's going to bring Gale into the fight. Okay, Andy's been hit by reverberation now. So now we have the opportunity to get everybody into the fight. Now the detection cones here are going to be very strange. You can see they're kind of a little weird here. So getting people into combat on with a free hit is going to be somewhat difficult.
Best be on my way.
So I'm just going to move everybody up until... Okay, so that might be the end of it. He's going to be out of sight there, I believe. Yes. So I'm going to drop down the Cragged Rock and get into combat. Okay, and this isn't a problem. I'm just going to move over here. Okay, there's only a little bit left on him.
Gone with the weave.
Now here, I might be able to get within line of sight here. Actually, let's not do that. Okay. And now you can search Lyrthandor, and he's going to give you the Justiciar's Scimitar, which, if you attack with advantage, you have a chance of blinding your target, which is, we've seen how good blinding is when we fight from darkness. We always attack from with advantage inside of darkness. and they're already blinded. So if you're using our kind of attack methodology, the Justiciar's Scimitar isn't a big bonus for you. However, it is a +2 weapon. It is light and finesse, which does really good damage for a dual wielder that is dex based. However, it does also have a proficiency weapon action, and that's Shadow Soaked Blow. And when you strike an enemy, you add your proficiency bonus to the damage. And then, moreover, if the attack hits, it deals an additional 1d6 psychic damage. And the attack does not break concealment. Okay, so the Justiciar's Scimitar is a really good... You can see if you look at the damage right now, if my Paladin was using it, that would be 20 to 43 damage. If my Paladin was using it as their primary weapon. And you can compare that to the Chargebound Warhammer, which is doing 15 to 33 damage. So that's also because, in large part, because of the 1d6 bonus that gets added to it, and also that the +4 bludgeoning damage. So the two that are down here at the bottom is adding that 5 minimum to 10 maximum damage. If you took that off, it would be 5 from this would be 15, which is the same, and 43 minus 10 would be 33. It's the same as the Chargebound Warhammer. It's just you would be able to do this one time per short rest and get that additional damage. So not necessarily something I would kind of change out all of the time, but it is very useful if you have a couple of high damage weapons like this to be able to use to be used in other places. It also gives you the opportunity, since you do attack with advantage, of blinding the target to blind targets that are not inside your darkness if you do end up attacking targets that are outside of it. And it is a +2 scimitar at the very least. So we're going to put this to use here a little bit, and you'll kind of see how that plays out. Then there's also the Justiciar's Great Shield. So here as a class, advantage on perception checks is always nice. You can do Shield Bash, which now works again after patch 6, but it also has Darkness Cloak. So once every short rest, you can create a 2-meter radius cloud of darkness and immediately attempt to hide. This is the same thing as the Umbral Cloak, I believe it is. Or the Cloak of the Cunning Broom, where here, when you disengage, you create a foggy cloud with a 2-meter radius that lasts for 1 turn. So it does kind of the same thing as this, except the Cunning Broom, you can do it all of the time, and the Justiciar's Great Shield is a class action you have to reset on a short rest. But when you look at how this kind of works and what our builds are right now, if we compare these two with Astarion, the advantages and disadvantages here between the two are, on a crit, I'm going to do an extra 10 necrotic damage, and I'm going to gain 10 temporary hit points. And you can see I'm already affected by that right now on Astarion. And versus if I attack with advantage, I can blind a target and then have access to Shadow Soaked Blow, which again would up that by 5 minimum and 10 maximum when I do it. So it's kind of a trade-off here on what you're looking to do. Astarion right now is around a crit build, so a lot of his items are based around scoring a crit, because right now he crits on 18, 19, and 20. So the Sword of Life Stealing is going to proc more often to get you that more damage. However, if you wanted to kind of sacrifice that, you could move the Sword of Life Stealing into your offhand and put the Justiciar Scimitar into your main hand and get the advantage of being able to blind a target if you sneak attack them from melee. So, like I say, a bunch of different ways to go about using these things. I don't think I'm going to keep the Justiciar Scimitar on me right now. I don't think I'm going to use... Yeah. I don't think I'm going to use either one of them, though. But I'm going to keep it on me, and maybe I'll trade it out here and just see how well it works on Astarion occasionally. But for now, like I say, not gonna use it. So the rats have all disappeared. There's nothing to search. However, you can go over here and you can see that there's a book here. One becomes many.
I pleaded, I bargained, I warned. You didn't listen. You made me remember again, hurt again. I am coming for you. All of me.
Okay, that was left over. That rat shouldn't have been there. I saw that there was a squee text that popped up, but there was no rat there, so that's a bug. But that's the cutscene you would see if you headed down there without talking to the rat at the top of the stairs. So in here you can see, this is from Raphael. So in each of us there's more than what we are. Manifold creatures are inside you. Your weakness can become strength if it is made legion. The lowliest vermin can humble a Goliath if they stand as an army. So Raphael turned Lyrthandor into this horde of rats. Okay.
Speaks of magic that can divide someone into many. But many what?
Okay, and that was because he, during the war a century ago,
Very well.
he ran away and and Raphael found him and made a deal with him to keep him alive. To keep him from being killed by the Harpers and the Druids. But as part of that deal, like I say, there's never a deal with the devil that goes exactly the way you want. And the way that he kept him alive was by turning him into a horde of rats. So it didn't exactly work out how Lyrthandor wanted it to, but he was alive. Okay, so now down here we can do a little bit more searching. Just of a couple of skeletons. Okay, nothing much. Okay, we can make our way back up. Okay, so we're gonna make our way around down there at the bottom. It's just a wall down there that falls into a grate. There's no way to pass through it or anything like that. But yes, always check behind waterfalls in D&D. So it's a good thought to have. Okay, I must have been close to being overloaded, and yes, I was.
There is work to do. Onward.
Okay, a scroll for Gale. Okay, and just some more searching down here. There's a gilded chest. Okay, with some crafting supplies.
No one will ever believe this.
Okay. And there's nowhere else for you to go out here, just a chasm. Nothing else to see. Same thing for down in this middle spot. Nothing to see there either. Okay, so we've cleared out this bottom part here. Last time we went in and we looked at the broken mirror of loss and all of this, so we've been that way. There is a jump across here and you can jump up here, but this jump just takes you back up to the top. Over by where we had our encounter with the Displacer Beast. You can jump across here like we did. That's where the spider is and where the Displacer Beast and the big encounter was. You can jump across there. You can jump across here. And that will take you down and around. The only thing that's up here is this skeleton to search. And I don't believe that there's anything on it. Yeah. But yeah, nothing else up here but some skeletons to search.
Something good here, I hope.
Okay, so a little bit. Okay, so now we can take stock of where we are and what we have to do here. So you can see that this side over here is fairly well cleared out. Okay, there's one little section over here right back in where we came. We can go open it up, but there's nothing there. It's what's up here at the top around the back over here. But we will just open up the map. Oh, there's a gilded chest back here. Good thing the map showed me that. I didn't even realize it was here. Okay, so some poisons. Okay, but now everything on the map has been opened up on this side and cleared out. There is a connection over here, which is where we're going to be going here in a second. This is where the entrance was. We cleared out the entrance. We cleared out all the sides. This is where we went back and where we met Balthazar. Right here. So that's interesting. Why are we able to see through that? Let's head back to the start a little bit. Actually, we'll go back this way because I don't want to have to make that jump. We can just fast travel. Okay, the rats are going to run away. So it's behind us. Up here. This is where we had our meeting with Balthazar. Yes, and the reconstituted duelists are up here. This door should be closed. Okay, it is. I was like, why is that door, showing open? It wasn't. Once I came over here, it blacked it out again. To let you know that that area is closed off. Inside here, Balthazar's still in here. All of his followers are in here. Now, you can have this fight here, if you would like. I find it's the fight that you are going to have with Balthazar, I find is much easier to do later on than doing it right here. And there's a few reasons for that. One, you're going to have a very easy to utilize choke point in that other fight, and darkness helps make it somewhat trivial. And you have different types of enemies to fight than what's here. So you're going to have some ghouls here, which are fairly high hit points. The flesh golem is here. So a lot of the enemies that you're going to fight with Balthazar later on are not nearly as tough as these. So like I say, I find it's easier to have the fight with Balthazar later than doing it now. But you are certainly, you know, if you want, you can certainly do that. Okay, so down here is really the area that we haven't been, and that's this way. And that's going to take us to the Gauntlet of Shar. Right? These are the trials for Dark Justiciars that they have to pass. So we'll make our way down here. Okay, seek the means to access the relic. Search in the library. Do not deviate. Do not fail. Return promptly. B. From Balthazar. So Balthazar is trying to find the Nightsong down here.
Nothing of value comes easy. Overcome my trials and win my embrace.
Okay. So here we have a plaque.
Cursed.
Her most vaunted treasure.
All right, and we have a door we can enter here into the first trial. Now, I'm going to do these. You can see once we're in here, there's no fast traveling or anything like that. I'm actually going to move over here, I think. Okay, I'm going to hide everybody. I'm going to do these trials with Shadowheart. Just from a role-playing perspective, it's a lot harder if you do them with Shadowheart.
Keep going.
For the most part, especially this one. But we'll go ahead and do it. This is... Well, we'll start the... let's do a little searching here first. So there's a trap disarm kit here. And this should be a clue to you about what this trial is. And I may fail this trial. This trial is the most difficult of the three, in my opinion. Okay, but you picked up a scroll of invisibility, which again should be a clue. So now we will go up to the sacrificial bowl.
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly. You recognize this as a trial where initiates would prove themselves to Lady Shar. This one would put their skills of stealth and infiltration to the test.
Values those that
Okay,
can
and this is
read
going to
and see
open up all
and can
4
still
doors.
obtain what they want.
here. Now inside this first door is just a room here. Inside this second door here leads you into this main passage. And this third door here has a trap in it. Okay, and you can also see something, we caught a glimpse of it, moving around. Okay, and there's a shadow here. Now,
have to keep low. Better tread carefully.
I'm going to go into hiding so I can see their detection cones, and there are two shadows. There's one here, and there's another one back here. Now, they go in predetermined patterns. However, that pattern can change based upon their environment. So if you watch this shadow here, okay, it's going to make its way around. And then it's going to make its way down toward this door. And then it's going to turn around. Okay, now there's a button here. You do not have to pass a perception check for this, even though it's going to give you one. All you have to do is hit it. That's going to open up this door right here and allow you to pass farther into the trials. But this shadow is going to continue on along here. There's another trap right here. So you've got two of them. There's one here, and there's one here. So once that shadow gets up here, it immediately turns around and comes back. This shadow is going to come all the way down here. It's going to turn around facing the other way, and it's going to head back. When it gets to this corner, it's going to head up. And then it's going to head into here. And then it only goes a little ways. It doesn't go very far into there. And then it's going to turn around and come back and follow that same thing. Okay? So when it turns around, its detection cone, when this door's open, comes way out here. Right? So it's very hard to hide. You have to be following right along behind this shadow. When it turns, immediately run past it because it doesn't stay turned around very long. So the timing on it is pretty hard to do. And there's this lever here. Now what you'll notice is that there's a gate here. Okay, there's no way to get through here. But what you can do is when this shadow turns around here and starts making its way back this way, you can go through this gate. You can head now through here, go through this gate, and make your way into here. However, that gate is a really high DC to pick it. If you have a scroll of knock, you can use it. However, right there is the key. To get the key, you have to hit that lever, and when you do, you can see the scratch marks. These two walls will slide this way to allow that key to be picked up. But that's going to change the patrol patterns of the two shadows, because now this shadow no longer turns down this way because the door's locked. So it will turn the corner and go this way to get down there. Okay, and then when it reaches this spot here, it will turn around and come right back this way. So it's going to change the timings of this. So what I recommend doing here is kind of approaching this in 3 different steps. 1, opening the door here, or getting the key. Whichever one of those you want to do first, you can. What I normally do is get the key first, and for that I'm going to follow this shadow in. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is when it turns here, I'm going to click, I'm going to wait for it to get a little bit farther down, like right to here, and then I'm going to click the lever. That's going to move the doors, and it's going to kind of trap it here, but it won't actually be trapped. Okay, what it will do is it will come down this way, out through the main door, all the way down here, and get back onto its path. And so then when I've trapped it in here, it's going to head out the back way. I'm going to pick up the key, and I am going to immediately run out this way, trigger the trap, trigger this trap, and walk out this door. Okay. The traps, I'm not too worried about any damage that I take from them. I'm just trying to stay undetected at this point. Okay, so we'll see how well this goes, because there's some timing here with these walls closing and trapping this guy in here. So, as soon as the detection cone disappears, we're going to click and follow him. Okay, and then we're going to hit the lever. Okay, so he made it past. Yes, he did. But he's going to go out the front, which is perfect. Nope, he's not. Okay, so I missed it. So he made it look like he was going to go out this way, but he didn't. He turned the corner and then faked me out and came back.
Try again.
So that failed the trial.
Calm and quiet, that's the way. Off I go. Unseen as I was taught.
Okay, so I'm going to wait again. And now you can see his new pattern here. And that the problem was that I didn't trap him. He got past the wall. So now his coverage pattern is not going to be nearly as good for me. So I need to follow him and close this lever off. To get him back on his regular patrol pattern, and I'll try and grab him again. I'll try and trap him again. Okay, so now he should be back on his regular patrol pattern again. And I'll try and do it again. Okay, so I missed him again.
Let's see what
I'm just
we
going to
have
fail this one again and trigger the lever at the same time. Okay. So like I say, the timing on this is difficult, and yes, you can use invisibility. Invisibility lasts a short amount of time when you're in here. Where did he go? Did I trap him inside?
I see a way.
I might have trapped him inside. No, there he is. He's kind of stuck. Well, this is interesting because now Okay, I probably can Misty Step through there if I had a scroll to do it. I think you can Misty Step through that wall, pick up the key, and then Misty Step back. So, who's got the Disintegrating Nightwalkers? And then I need one more scroll of it, or there's an amulet. Somebody's got an amulet of Misty Step, I know. There it is. Who's got it? Okay, we'll move it to Shadowheart. So now she has 2 Misty Steps. Let's see if I can Misty Step into that room. Oh, one of them's already been used.
I can keep going a little longer.
Okay, so I can Misty Step into this room. And grab the key. I can Misty Step out of this room. Okay, and now this shadow here. So, what we're going to do, this shadow seems to be locked in place, which is perfectly fine for us. We're going to let this shadow do its thing here. And I think we can probably walk around behind this shadow now. But we shouldn't need to. We'll just go open the button, which will open this wall. And now we're going to let this shadow do its patrol path. It'll come here and then it'll go back. And as soon as it goes back, then we're going to go around behind it. Okay, and in this case, I don't need to use the key because the patrol pattern for this guy was locked in place here. So I didn't have to worry about it. So now the key is actually going to open this wrought iron gate. So I did need the key. I take that back. But you can pick either of those. They just have really high DCs. And what you're looking for is the Umbral Gem here. Okay. You can loot some of the vases in here. Now again, in my opinion, this is by far the hardest of the 3. Just because the timing can get a little weird on some of these.
A plaque that once bore the teachings of Lady Shar, but now unreadable.
No time for Danny.
A soft step is better than any armor.
Okay, so you can hit the Umbral Transporter here and take you back out. However, I'm not going to because the shadows are now gone. But the doors are still open. And I can put her Spine Shudder amulet back on, and I can swap these 2 boots out again. Okay, and Astarian's going to go in here and disarm these.
Traps. How considerate.
Okay, and now you can search the rest of this stuff. There's never anything particularly great in any of this. Okay, but once you've completed the trials, the shadows go away. They're only there as long as the trial is active.
Interesting. Over here. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
So you can see what these do. Oh, go to scroll a Misty Step to utilize in the future. You can see what the traps do. They basically let out a poison gas that you walk through. It doesn't really do all that much damage, so I don't... Oh, I forgot that one. Right there. To disarm.
What's in here?
And then you'll see here, if I click on the gate, it's going to transfer the soft step key. I guess it might not do it after that's been active. Or after that's cleared. But there's a lever over here on this side, which unlocks that door as well. Okay. So now I can just pick everybody, or bring everybody back here to the beginning. And I'll have Shadowheart take the Umbral Transporter. And that brings her back here. Okay, and the Umbral Gem is the first of the trials that we're going to have to go through. So now in your inventory,
I'm ready.
you should have two. The first one you picked up after killing your gear, and the second one here at the first trial that you've completed.
Forward in her name. Countless initiates walk these halls once.
Okay, this just gives you a little more about the trials, and that after each one, you yield an Umbral Gem, and each gem brings you closer to the Night Singer. Okay, so it kind of gives you some hints about what's going to happen here as we go through this. Oh. Thank you. Okay, and now we get to the second trial.
Her most hallowed mercy.
This is the self-same trial. Now, in this one, the goal, or the trial, is that you are going to get into combat with yourself. Hence the self-same trial aspect of this. Whichever party members go in there with you, they are going to be duplicated inside. They're going to have all the same abilities you have, the same level that you have, all of that sort of stuff, and you're going to have to fight against them. They are also going to be invisible at the start. Okay, so I have an elixir of sea invisibility here. I'm going to put that on Shadowheart because, again, I'm going to take Shadowheart in there, and I'm only going to take Shadowheart in there. Now, you can do this with whoever you want. Again, I'm just doing this with Shadowheart for roleplay purposes. But it's easier if you go in with just one party member, because then you're only going to be fighting against one of yourselves inside the trial.
Another bowl bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering. Another of Lady Shar's trials that her initiates must face. This one would challenge their combat prowess.
Teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time. Her embrace will elude us
'Kay,
until we
that
shed
was-
that which holds us back.
A little strange. Let's do this. Let's pull a lever. This is going to reset the trial.
Poor effort.
I'm going to move
Worthy of my embrace.
the rest of my party out here.
Someone there?
I don't remember having to do this last time,
I applaud your
but the self-same trial words
by step.
popped up over their
Still
heads.
alive, so that's progress.
What's next?
And
wonder?
I want to make sure that they are not in the trial with me.
Let's see.
Another bowl bearing the stains. Another of Lady Shar's trials that her initiates must face. This one would challenge their combat prowess.
Okay, yeah, see, they didn't have the self-same trial name pop up over their head.
Her embrace will elude us until we shed.
So
that
now when
which
I go
holds
in
us
here,
back.
I'm going to go into hiding. Okay, now your doppelganger, as you can see, actually I don't even need see invisibility. She is up here at the top of this landing. Okay, now the way up there is around the sides. Not entirely sure why she's visible right now, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Okay. The difference is that they're going to have substantially fewer hit points than you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this off. Okay, I've got an 80% chance to hit with Guiding Bolt. Remember, with all of my gear, this is the same Tempest Reverberation build that I have on the Bard playthrough. So if this lands, then I'm going to knock her prone, as well as doing the damage. So I've got plenty of additional spell slots here, so I'm just going to upcast this and see if we can get it to land or not. Okay, it missed. Of course it would miss, because why not? But she is surprised. Okay, so that means on this turn, she's not going to be able to do anything. Okay. So, oh, her surprise wore off because she rolled first on initiative. So, I rolled horribly here. On initiative. Okay, so that broke her concentration. She is blinded. Okay. So that's gonna suck. Because remember, she has the same reverberation stuff as I do. But she has a lot fewer hit points now, so let's just see what we can land. 96% chance to hit here. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. That's fine. You can keep casting silence. I don't care about it. Okay. That was a lot harder than it should be. So, roll poorly on initiative there to begin with. And Lord Henry's Errant, you can unequip your items at the start. When you click on the... Well, you would unequip your items, you would click on the bowl, then put all your items back on, and when you encounter yourself in here, they won't have any of your items or armor or anything like that. So I could have avoided the reverberation prone attack and that sort of stuff. However, in my mind, again, we're starting to get a little cheaty, but it is perfectly acceptable to do it. From a roleplay perspective, having Shadowheart go in here and do this by herself is perfectly acceptable. She would be the one that's, you know, going through these trials. So we're going to pick up the Umbral Gem there, and we're going to do a little bit of searching in here. I mean, and when I say cheesy, I'm not trying to dissuade other people from doing it, because it's a valid tactic in the game. And I've said before, I don't dissuade people from doing that as long as it's not a cheat or, you know, something like that. For me, though, like I say, I come from the tabletop realm, so that role-playing perspective, it would make perfect sense to come in here with Shadowheart with all of her stuff on and do this by herself. So that seems to be the best way for me to look at doing it. But again, if people feel differently, I leave it to them to play it however they want. And I'm just searching on our way out here. These rarely have anything useful on them, but you know me. Just a few more here on this side and we're done. Okay. But that is the second trial. And again, that trial was not that difficult. It was a lot harder than it should have been because of my initiative roll there. So that it really shouldn't have been that hard.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Okay, so now we're going to head down to the last of the 3 trials. And this is situationally the easiest, but is also one of the trickiest. On my personal playthrough, I managed to do this trial first time. On my honor mode playthrough, it took me like 6. So we'll see how it goes here. Okay, and again, we're going to split the group. We'll leave everybody else out here.
See what we have here.
And we'll head into the Faith Leap trial. Now, this is not the first time that I have done an Indiana Jones reference here in this game. The first is when I put something on top of the pressure plate to pull the Necromancy of Thay book. And just like Indiana did in Raiders of the Lost Ark with the Golden Idol, this Faith Leap trial is a reference to The Last Crusade. So you can see out here, oh, that's very interesting. I've never noticed that before. But before you start the trial, you can see the floor here. Okay, it's kind of ghostly. You can see where it goes. All right. As soon as you start the trial, that floor is going to disappear. You are not going to be able to see it anymore, and you have to make your way through this room to the other side. Now, things like Misty Step and all of that sort of stuff work in here. However, there's a much easier but just a little more time-consuming way to do it. This walkway pattern is also here on the floor. You can see it. There are these 3 pedestals, here, here, and here. And the gold markings are the pathway. So we're going to go start the trial here.
Another bowl bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering. Another trial to judge the mettle of Lady Shar's initiates. This one would test their ability to navigate her sacred darkness.
Fears were said to be sure of foot in even the darkest recesses of Lady Shar's embrace. I must remember where to step, and have
Okay.
faith that she will guide me.
So,
I must remember where to step. and
couple
have
of
faith
different
that
ways
she
to
will
do
guide me.
this. Either way, it's easiest if you jump a little bit. And what I normally do is go down the right, but you can feel free to go down the left and through the middle. So I'm going to go over here down the right. And this walkway, you can see, is just a little bit to the left of where the statue is here. Okay, so there's the statue, so I want to be a little bit to the left here of it. And you can see it walks out almost to it, and then there's a gap. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just walk out here in a straight line. Okay, and now that I'm out here, kind of move myself forward. Now I can see what my jump distance is, so now I can just jump across to the pedestal, this pedestal. Okay. Now from here you can see the walkway goes out, immediately turns left to just past the statue, even with the edge of the platform, and goes north until it gets almost even with the statue. So I'm going to head over here, lined up with the statue. Okay, I'm going to walk out. Now I'm immediately going to turn left and go out to the edge of the pedestal here. Okay, and then I can go north right up until I'm almost at the edge of the statue here. Okay. So a little bit short, so somewhere around in here. And now you can see that the blood's covered this a little bit, but you can see that I go just past, or I go back to the right, even with the statue. So I'm going to be back here. Then I can go north, just past the edge of the platform. Okay, which is... I'll just take it short. Go here first and kind of see where I'm at. Just past the edge of the platform. And you can do this in this version to make things a little bit easier for you. Okay, and then I'm right here. So I'm going to go left to go back even with the edge of the platform. So here's the edge of the platform here. So I'm going to go back left to here. Now I'm going to go north, and it's about a 45-degree angle from the statue to the corner of the platform is where I'm going to go to. So about here, so about up to here. Okay, so I fell off. So this is what I mean. Sometimes this takes you once, and sometimes it takes you 6 times. So from here, I don't think I can jump off. I think I have to walk off. And that's fine. I can go north right off the edge here. Okay, and then I'm going to take a left to line up with the statue after I've gotten a little bit farther north. Okay, and then the center of this statue is here. Then you're just going to go straight toward it, but you're going to stop until you get to a point where your jump is going to work. Okay, and now I can grab the Umbral Gem.
That's the last one. The inner sanctum is within reach.
So this one is by far the easiest to do, but it can just get a little tricky. And like I say, sometimes it works on the first time, sometimes it takes you forever. But yes, it's the reference of the leap of faith in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Okay, this doesn't line up. Well, maybe it does, and I just can't see it. Yeah, it might. So I just must have just walked too far this way to get there, but it continues north here. Okay. So now we should have 4 Umbral Gems, which we do. And Lord Henry, you asked about the ring in the second trial, the one that we just did? I seem to remember something vaguely, but like I say, it was a long time ago when I did these. Is there... Oh, I failed a perception check. I think. Isn't there something hidden back here? Yeah, right. I gotta remember where it is. Like I say, it's been literally months since I've done this, but I think it's back here somewhere. Let's take Shadowheart in here first and walk around. Because honestly, I can't remember where it is. Oh. We'll check this one. Oh. Okay, I might have missed the perception check.
Can't give up now.
Oh, does it? But she's gone. Right? There's no body to loot. Is there? Oh, it's right there. Okay. So, that's weird. So her body disappeared here. Okay. So Killer Sweetheart is one of those build specific type of rings that you need to have for a certain type of build. The way Killer Sweetheart works is that whenever you kill an enemy, your next attack roll will be a critical hit. Now, that is a triggerable reaction, meaning that it's not your next attack roll every time you make it. It's going to pop up and ask you if you want to use the Executioner trait or not. So it's a really good thing to have when you're working with a critical hit build, because you can guarantee that critical hit and you can kill an enemy and save it up, so to speak. You can have it in the background and just keep do not react as a choice for it when you're going to use it, and then you can save it for a critical hit, guaranteed, and then you can use that critical hit to trigger Surgeon Subjugation, which is going to paralyze that target for 2 turns. So it's something that synergizes very well with your critical hit builds and anybody who's wearing the Surgeon Subjugation amulet. So I normally swap this onto Astarion. So I'm going to drop from a possible 19 to an 18 for him, even when he's fighting in darkness. But he's not equipped to fight in it right now anyway. And there's something else. I need to take a second. Give me a second while I... look at something here. Okay. Okay, I must have missed something. We're going to go back and look for something a little later on, because there's something else that I normally have on Astarion when I'm using the darkness
Whatever it takes.
methodology, so to speak, for fighting. And I don't have it on me. I don't know why I don't. So we'll go look at that here in a second, or after we're done with these as well. Because we're going to get to a point here of no return. This is the actual point of no return that makes a difference in how you're playing things. And before we do that, go past that point of no return, we want to make sure that we have a bunch of these things.
What's in here?
Why is this rat being angry? Again, I think this is kind of bugged. Because these rats they're not supposed to be here anymore at all.
On my way.
Let alone be hostile. But now you can see that Astarion has the Executioner trait.
Trust me.
He's got it waiting for him. And see, it's going to ask me. So it's going to, whenever I make an attack now, it's going to ask me if I want to do Executioner. If I do, that attack is going to be a crit. And then as soon as I crit, it's going to ask me if I want to use the Paralyzing Critical or not. So I can just store that up and save it for use on, you know, some big baddie somewhere.
What am I to do? Better take that. Onward. Ever onward.
Okay, and this here is an elevator of sorts. And now you get into this room. This was mentioned a little earlier in Balthazar's note to the ghoul scout to search the library. Okay, this is obviously a library. There are books all over it. And there is a mechanic that goes on with this fight. No, I don't want to do...
If this isn't...
Actually, again, it's been a while since I've done this, so let's go down here. The shimmering force field, quote unquote, you can see what it does when you walk through it. You're silenced. Okay? Kind of a play on the fact that it's a library. They want you to be quiet. Okay? What's causing that silence is the librarian here in the middle. This has a silence aura, which is causing the silence to happen. Now, you can have this fight happen with just melee attacks. You can walk in here and just do melee attacks without casting any spells. However, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to focus fire with Astarion on the librarian. Okay, now you can see that the Night Weavers are hostile. As long as my stealth stays. Perfect.
Like a wraith.
Okay, so now the silence aura is gone. You can see it's no longer here. So now I can take this fight on my terms. And my terms are going to be to lead them back toward the rest of my party. So I'm going to start this off here by going after this Night Weaver here.
Surprise.
Okay, so we turned right before I wanted to shoot. So you can see it's going to ask me if I want this to be a crit by using Executioner. I do not. Okay, so it did get that shot off. So now I'm going to execute the rest of my attacks here. Okay, and now I have my offhand attack. And I have my Dread Ambusher attack. Okay, and now I'm going to move back.
Step quick.
Okay, so for Astarion's turn, I'm going to still let them keep advancing towards me, but I'm going to try and do as much damage as I can to the Soul Hunter here. Okay, and if you examine them, you can see they are vulnerable to radiant damage, which is kind of what we're going to play on here. They are resistant to all other types of damage, right? Okay, so I rolled a crit anyway. So now it's going to ask me... Oh, on a humanoid. This is not a humanoid. Okay, and now I'm going to move Astarion kind of around the corner here. I want them to all dash toward me up these stairs. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't think it matters as much, though. We'll let it go. Rolled an 18 again. Okay, so I didn't want him to move there. Normally they continue heading toward Astarion, like that. For some reason, this one decided to move all the way past it and then turn around and look at me. So... Okay, so what's happened here also is that one shadow stepped, and you can see him up here. Okay, so we definitely want to get him off of the high ground. And we don't have to. We can target him using his picture. Okay. And I lost concentration on Hunter's Mark, so I need to get that back up to get my strange conduit ring working again.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Okay, so looking at them, they are living shadows. So because it is lightly or heavily obscured, this character has resistance to all damage except force, psychic, or radiant. Okay, and if you look, they have nothing that says that, or they have Shar sight, so they can't be blinded. So fighting in darkness here isn't going to do you any good as far as that goes. But what you need to do is get them so that they are not obscured, so that that living shadow trait can go away.
No time for mercy.
Oh, jeez. Go away. Don't go away mad, just go away.
I'm ready. This will do nicely. Witching hour.
I kind of want to hit the Avenger here. So let's move Gale out here.
May it please, Mistra.
And hopefully that's going to keep him ended. I'm actually going to move Gale over here. Okay, so 2d8 necrotic damage. We won't react to that. I'm not too worried about that damage. Okay, went right by Gale. Okay.
On the move.
That's going to end that one. Oh boy. a crit for 66 with a level 1 guiding bolt. Does 8d6. And it was vulnerable to radiant damage, so it multiplied it by 2. So, ouch. Okay, this one's knocked prone, so we have advantage on attacks against it because it's prone. And there you go.
Let's get on with it.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Better make camp soon. It'll be a while before there's enough place to rest.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay, so now here in the library. And the library is a pretty cool place. I just normally work my way around the exterior. Kind of do it systematically, searching what I can around here. Okay, another Tome of the Faith Leap Trial, which kind of lets you know more about it and that sort of stuff and what it's meant for, but nothing in particular about it. Now, what you are going to have are these buttons. Okay, so Shadowheart got close enough to that to fail it. Oh, jeez.
No
Okay.
time to dally. This way.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of disregard my plan a little bit.
Trap.
Okay, now you don't have to perceive these buttons.
That's curious. Best avoid that trap.
This is the one that she failed. Okay,
Let's
but
get
again,
going.
you don't have to perceive these buttons. It's just something that me and my role-playing mindset can't possibly avoid doing.
Got a long road ahead. Moving in.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Cats on my mouse. Okay, so failed it there too.
My faith will guide me.
Watch your back. Let's move.
Oh dear.
Okay,
Someone's left a trap.
so there it is. But again, you don't have to. Okay. So actually you do need to perceive those because you need to disarm these. I believe.
Can't give up now.
Like I say, sorry, apologize. I normally am better prepared than this. It's been a long time since I've done this. And this was a bad call. I should not have done that. Because I could have failed it with a 1. What happens here if you fail the disarm on these buttons is you get hit with chain lightning. So you want to separate your party. So that they aren't all near you. I'm going to put my gloves of thievery on. Going to put my smuggler's ring on. And I'm going to put the silver pendant on just so I don't have to take Shadowheart down there with me. And I'm going to disarm the rest of these. Okay, that one's not showing as trapped. Okay, I didn't disarm that one, but it's not showing as trapped anymore. Yeah, it's just got the use icon. Okay, I failed that. Rolled a 2. Killing me, Smalls.
Faith protects me. Got to press on.
Again. Wow. This is a little bit crazy.
Careful, I might. Moving. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Okay.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Whoops.
Best avoid
Okay,
that
well,
trap.
she found that one even without guidance. Okay, and that one's not
This way.
trapped. Okay, that one's not either.
Watch the shadows. Oh dear.
All right.
Someone's left a trap out for us.
Ooh, there we go with the low rolls some more. Okay, just books in here and that sort of stuff. Nothing very serious on this side. Wow, look at all of these low rolls on the perception checks as well as on the disarms. Without Astarion, I would have failed these
Yes, please.
quite a bit already. And again, you can read these, and it's really about the fact that there is going to be a sacrifice that needs to take place as part of the trials. We haven't gotten to that sacrifice yet. We're going to learn much more about it.
Don't mind if I do.
Okay, just some more searching here. Oh. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to have Astarion trigger these because I'm not entirely sure what's up with that button back there. I did not disarm that button, but it's not showing as disarmable either. You know, I'll probably run my Paladin down there just to see if he passes a check or fails a check.
Don't waste a step.
One of the two, it'll let me know it's still active. He did not. So I'm going to leave him up here. I'm going to do this with Astarion. Going to make sure Astarion's topped up, though.
On my way.
And I'm going to trigger these buttons.
All right. It's not broken, but it's not working either.
Okay. And you can see that triggering these buttons
It's not broken.
that were trapped.
It's not working either.
And this one
And it's as easy as that.
should do it. Okay, there, 3 of the buttons are trapped. I guess this one might not be trapped. But to get it to drop down, you have to trigger these 2 buttons. And if you don't know which one it is, then you have to disarm them first, or else you get hit with chain lightning. So you have a 50-50 chance on picking or you have a 25% chance starting out to pick the right button that's going to work, that's not trapped. And then after that, you need to find the last one, which will be a 33% chance, but it's also going to be trapped. So your chances of doing this without disarming them are fairly low. So you definitely want to perceive them all, disarm them, and then you can click the buttons until you click them all and open this thing up. And here, this little closed library section will tell you only those who have proven themselves worthy to the mistress are invited to look upon their secrets. 4 controls, 1 permits entry, and it's that one that's over there on the right side. Place yourself at the center of the sanctum. Seek the northwest corner here. Okay, so if you didn't catch that, then you stand at the center. Northwest is that button right there. So it will tell you which one it is. So I'm never one to show you the trick for it until after it's done, because I believe everyone should have the opportunity to come in here and go, oh crap, I screwed it up like I did. But this scroll here will give you the answer. All right. But yeah, I encourage you to do it like I did, because when I did it the first time, I failed a perception check, wasn't entirely sure what it was, and I didn't realize it was the button that was trapped, and hit it and got hit with chain lightning. And it taught me a very valuable lesson. One I should have learned about Dungeons and Dragons years ago anyway, but
Traps.
I didn't.
How considerate. Be careful. There are traps about. Be careful. There are traps about. That might be worth a look.
I must keep going.
And here we go with rolling twos again.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Okay. And then
What's next?
somebody.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to spend any more time doing it. These are gas pit traps. You don't have to disarm them, but you can if you want. The riddle of the night is here. Now, the thing you want to make sure of is the reason that we disarmed
What am I to do?
all of those bookshelves
Let's see.
just to pick up random books.
Got to keep moving.
Scroll of Hold Monster and Dimension Door. These are great scrolls for Gale. Okay, if the rumors are true, the answer lies within the pages of these books. A hidden way to become first among all dark justiciars. How can I not pursue such a prize? Lady Shar will surely admire my cunning and tenacity. I will scour every page, devour every word. That is your clue that you need to go through and disarm the bookshelves and find particular books throughout that. And the one that you need is Teaching of Lost the Night Singer. Okay. What can silence the night song? Only the night singer herself, Shar, mistress of the night, lady of the night, or lady of loss. Okay. So that first sentence is what's important. The riddle of the night.
What can silence the night song?
What can silence the night song? Who had that book?
Keep your distance, darling.
Here it is. Okay, and once you've inserted it, then the back door will open. If you put the wrong item in there, then the gas traps are going to activate.
I wonder what the next move is. I must keep going.
Oh, Gale failed his perception check here too, so everybody failed it. Sitting here is the Spear of Night. There's also some other items in here that we're going to pick up.
This is no ordinary spear. It may be important. Best keep it close.
And it is. It is extraordinarily important.
Trust your secrets to the night.
Let's see what we have here.
And you have a Dark Justiciar helmet. And we're going to go through these things that we picked up here in just a second as soon as we finish searching here.
Shroud yourself in blackest night.
I always found it kind of funny that the chosen way that I normally fight in my playthroughs in darkness is something that Shar would certainly approve of. Okay, and now we are done inside the Silent Library. So we'll make our way out and we'll take a look at what we picked up. Okay, so the first is the Dark Justiciar half plate. So while you're obscured, you have advantage on stealth checks. You have advantage on Constitution saving throws and checks. Well, that's probably worded wrong. I think this is just on Constitution saving throws, and not checks. I could be wrong. It shows checks as ability checks. This is just worded poorly here. But this is going to give you advantage on your Constitution saving throws for your for concentration and that sort of stuff. It also comes with Shar's Aegis, which is basically mage armor that you can cast once per long rest on it. It's meh at the end of the day. You get the Dark Justiciar helmet, which has magical durability, so you have a +1 bonus to saving throws against spells, which is nice. That's another 5% bonus. It also has covert critical. So while obscured, the number you need to roll a crit is reduced by 1, and this effect can stack. That is very important for your crit build characters that need a helmet to lower their crit chance. Even if you don't have anybody that's a crit build, it can be very useful. Now, Astarion already has the covert cowl, which is lowering his crit chance, or lowering his crit number by 1. However, there are other items that we may want to swap out to give us additional crit chance, and that's what I'm going to do here. So that now his critical hit chance is lowered by 1. Plus the Constitution saving throws and the bonus against spells just makes it a good thing all around for my Paladin to have. The last thing that I picked up is the Spear of Night. So if Shar allows it, use this spear to kill Nightsong. Other than that, it's just a +1 spear. However, this is an important quest item for later on, depending upon what choices you want to utilize when you get to a place that we're going to fairly quickly. So, but what we're going to do is now we are really finished up in here. If we take a look at our journal, we have enough umbral gems. We should insert them into the altar.
I'll give it a shot.
And I forgot about that. So let's... it doesn't matter.
A long way to go still.
This is going to bring the elevator back down. I just always forget that this thing, you have to be standing on it for it to work.
Onward then.
Watch your back.
Yes?
What to do? Another step forward.
Okay, and we're going to make our way over here. And now you can see we have an ancient altar here. And we need to put
Here goes nothing.
an umbral gem in it. Okay, and that's going to bring this...
Wait. Nothing. Nothing's wrong at all.
Okay, I failed the perception check there.
It's fine. Really. I just feel we're on the right track. I'm right where I need to be. Under Lady Shar's gaze.
Okay, so now this pedestal opens up here. And we can hit the traversal gem.
That disc has started moving. Might be a quicker way to get around than the stairs.
And from here you can see we have another ancient altar here, and there's 3 slots in this one. Okay, so the path to the inner sanctum is now open. The relic lies just ahead. And there's a waypoint down there, and that's why I wanted to come down here, is to activate that waypoint.
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations. The end is near.
The end is near.
Deliver the Night Mother's mercy upon her enemies.
Okay, one more test awaits. Descend to the Nightsong, make her sacrifice, rise again, a dark justiciar.
I will not fail you.
Trust your secrets to the night. Shroud yourself in blackest night.
Okay, so we're gonna do a little searching down here just really quickly.
Used by initiates for the final step to becoming Dark Justiciar. Not all were worthy of the Spear of Night, it seems.
Okay, so that's a unique dialogue that you get if you've picked up the Spear of Night, which we have. Okay, now you are faced with the Shadowfell entrance. This is your point of no return, so to speak, when it comes to all of your previous explorations. And what I mean by that is that everything before the Shadow-Cursed lands, all of this is going to become inaccessible. You are not going to be able to travel back to any of these locations once you enter the Shadowfell. Okay? So this is your true point of no return. It's not like when you went into the Mountain Pass, or when you ventured from the Mountain Pass to the Shadowlands, where it says some things might be different or anything like that. This is it. This is the point at which things are going to be irrevocably changed in your game. So if there's anything you want to do before you go in here, make sure you do it now. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to go utilize all of the vendors that are available to us. We're going to clear out our inventory and all of that. And then we're going to come back here. We're going to take a long rest, and then we're going to come back here. If you have access to the Last Light Inn at this point, again, you want to make sure that that you finished everything with all of the vendors and that sort of stuff. Now, you're going to have access to the Last Light Inn again after you're done.
Still alive.
Okay, but I mean all of the vendors that are in what we quote-unquote call Act 1, or early in the game, are going to disappear.
In your chest. How may I serve?
Okay, so we're just going to start selling everything off that we do not need. Okay, we're going to keep the Spear of Night, obviously. The Dark Justiciar half-blade I'm going to send off to my camp, even though I'm not going to use it. And we're getting close to running him out of gold. So we've got another 74 left. Okay, so another 9. That should be good enough. Is there anything else that I want? An Arrow of Dragon Slaying I do want. But now I have another 88 worth. Okay, and I'm just checking through the rest of it. Oh, I do want to buy these. Okay.
Slaughter well, true soul.
Head to Roa,
I'll catch a break.
sell off the last of these items.
Ever at your service.
She doesn't have nearly as much. Actually, I'll use that. No, I've got a bunch of this. Sell off all these old dyes that are sitting around. Okay, and Astarian. Oh, he's down one thieves tool. Okay, so we're getting close to the end. That's actually, I need to keep that Selûnite robe on Gale. And I think that's it. So does she have anything that I want to pick up? I would like another Scroll of Knock if she has one. She doesn't. I believe I've got one in my inventory though.
An honor, true soul.
Okay, so here... we'll send some of this other stuff off to camp. I think we're all good there. Is this potions? It is. No, these are all throwables. I'll leave them out.
My faith will guide me.
Then here, I'm actually going to move these shoes to Astarian. This is going to me. These two I'm going to send to camp. This I'm going to send to camp. Okay. Astarian's going to change his shoes. I can get rid of his thieving stuff now.
lost in thought.
All of the scrolls can go in his book. And yes, I think that's good.
Still breathing.
Okay,
despite everything.
so now we are going to take our long rest. And again, we've explored all of the areas around here, but what's most important is that if you need to do anything back in the Myconid colony, if you need to pick anything up, or if you need to pick anything up from the Emerald Grove, or anything like that, that you go do it now, because you're not going to be able to do it after this. Okay, so we're going to take our long rest.
Do you know what happens when a devil is struck down on this charming plane of existence? It returns to the hells, to the very point where it last stood before venturing to whichever devil-forsaken plane it died on. In the case of our friend Yrgir, the Orthon you so handily dispatched in the Temple of Shar, he manifested in my House of Hope. He returned to me chastened but intact, his wounds healed, his body restored. He thought I would dismember him, but he has his uses, so instead I am re-educating him.
We delivered the devil. Now I want what I'm owed. We had a deal.
Indeed we did. I discovered all there is to know about those scars of yours. It's a rather grim tale. Even for my tastes. As you wish. Brace yourself, Astarion. We're about to unveil your destiny. Carved into that ivory skin of yours is one part of an infernal contract between the archdevil Mephistopheles and your former master, Khazad-dûr. In full, the contract states that Khazad-dûr will be granted knowledge of an infernal ritual so vile it has never been performed. The rite of profane ascension. It promises to be a marvelous ceremony, very elaborate, incredibly ancient, and entirely diabolical. If he completes the rite, he will become a new kind of being, the Vampire Ascendant. All the strengths of his vampiric form will be amplified, and alongside them he will enjoy the luxuries of the living. The arousals and appetites of man will return to him, and unlike Astarion, he will have no need of a parasite to protect him from the sun. But the ritual has its price, as all worthwhile things do. Lord Khazad-dûr will need to sacrifice a number of souls, including all of his vampiric spawn, if he is to ascend. Imagine how he felt then, when one of those precious spawns simply disappeared into thin air. The only missing ingredient is Astarion. You are the final piece he requires to complete the ritual. Your scars bind you to it. Your soul will set off a very wave of death, bringing Khazad-dûr his twisted life. And that, my tragic and toothsome friend, is that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business elsewhere.
Do you think it's so simple? The idea definitely has appeal. I could get rid of the worm in my head and still walk in the sun. I'd finally be free of the hunger. And if I'm the key to this deal of Khazad-dûr's, perhaps I can turn this to my advantage. I need to take the fight to him, and I need you to help me. Thank you.
Okay, so we finally learned about Astarian's story. And as one story begins to wind itself down, another is going to start picking up. This is not going to be completed until you get well into Act 3, but it is now in its transition point. Okay, so here we need to accompany Shadowheart into the last part of the gauntlet, and that's what we're going to do, but let's have our conversations real quick.
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Ah, my favorite traveling companion.
Okay, nothing new.
It seems like Khazad-dûr used Astarian's flesh not as a canvas, but as a contract. We haven't heard the last of this, I'll wager. That almost is doing a great deal of heavy lifting. That man changes allegiances more frequently than a courtesan changes their bed sheets. At least he's proof you can turn from Shar and live to tell the tale. Though some may not call that living. Very serious of you. But go ahead. I won't pretend that I don't know what you mean. Ever since we entered the Shadow Curse, I felt like something's calling to me. Some purpose that I need to find. Give me some time. If I can figure out whatever it is that I need to do, well, then there should be more time for us.
Okay, well, we're almost at that point. For Shadowheart, anyway.
Full-fledged vampires are not so easily slain. Astarian's master will be no exception. Fortunate for him, slaying monstrous fanatics is a pastime of ours.
That's very true.
Should mind my step. Wish I had a bag of holding.
Our very own vampire's the missing pawn in his master's deadly game. Now, how about we go and reverse Khazad-dûr's fortunes?
Yes? You have news? You've learned so much. That tadpole in your head already begins to pay dividends. This relic must be your focus instead, then. Find it. Strip him of its power. Once Ketheric is without his shield, the sword, together we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
Okay.
Oakfather preserve you.
Okay, nothing new here.
I can't imagine how Astarian must be feeling. The terms of your own condemnation carved into your skin. A monster's actions. And monsters do not deserve such power as that ritual promised. When the time comes, Astarian will have his revenge, I'm sure. And it will be richly deserved. But not yet. So, what can I do for you?
Okay, and nothing else there. So we are going to head to bed, and we will get prepped for tomorrow. And 20. So we'll do that. 35. Hey, Mixed Life, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I missed that a long time ago. I apologize. Didn't see that. I was busy focusing on some other stuff and missed it. So I apologize for that. So
How delicious.
Ready and willing.
Well, hello.
Can you see what we have here?
No
Okay.
time to rest.
And we'll talk to Scratch.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Okay, so it gives us a torch. Not all that useful. So now we are going to take our waypoint back to the Verge of the Shadows. So, do I think about bringing a new game to the channel? Yes, we've talked about that during, I'm not going to go into it too much here because I want to get into this, but once we finish the Starfield live stream here coming up in a bit, I'll put up a community post and give a list of games that I would like to play and also take input from all of you about games that you would like to see me play in that same time slot on Wednesdays. And it could possibly mean a new playthrough of Baldur's Gate if that's what y'all's want as well with a different class. So I'm certainly open to a bunch of different things. But yes, it won't happen right now, but it is going to be coming. So we'll have Astarion cast Longstrider for everybody. Okay, and now one last thing I'm going to do, and this is just for M. I did this in the Bard playthrough, just to illustrate it. I won't be doing this going forward. The Drakethroat Glaive, going to equip it. That's going to give me access to the Draconic Elemental Weapon spell. I'm going to choose Cold. I'm going to cast it on my Paladin. And whatever weapon my Paladin had equipped, and you can see on his back it's the Charge-Bound Warhammer, that now gets an additional 1d4 cold damage on it. And then you can go back to Gale. You can unequip it, replace it with something else entirely, and that spell will stay active on that weapon.
At least things have stayed interesting.
So here still has the 1d4 cold damage on it. Right? So I'm, like I say, I'm not necessarily going to keep doing it, but that does give you an example of you know, how that whole scenario works. With being able to trade those things in and out. So now I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis using the armor that I have. Okay, and that gives Gale 15 additional hit points. That takes me up to 8 on my Arcane Ward. And now, again, the way to go about doing this is to cast Mage Armor, get rid of it, put the Ice Bite robe on, cast Mage Armor one more time, and now you're up to 10 on your Arcane Ward, which is the highest I can go because it's 2 times your Wizard level that we have for Gale. So now I think we are ready to go in here. I want to take one last stock and see, so it's Gale that has that. I want to make sure that we're set on everything. We are. Okay. So we are ready to go. I'm going to drop a save here because, again, this is a monumental part of the game. And just in case there's something that I needed to explain to you guys later on, I want to be able to go back and do it. But here we're now going to venture into the Shadowfell. I'm going to do this with Shadowheart.
What do we have here?
This must be the last step. I need to pray. Only by Lady Shar's grace did we even make it this far.
Actually, there is something that I need to go do that I mentioned earlier, and this is exactly why I saved. Sorry, I'm just running a quick... Okay. Yeah, there is one more thing that we need to do before I do that. And I had mentioned this beforehand. I was going to check it while I was at camp and forgot to. We're still going to have time to go through this. One way or another, I'm going to do this here today. Let me go to the camp and just check my camp chest real quick and see if it's in here. Don't think anybody's wearing it. They're not. So the ring... is not here. Yes, it is not. Oops. Yes, it is not here. Not entirely sure how I missed this. Unless I just didn't do it. And I might not have done it. I might have just forgotten about it.
At the ready.
Okay, so we're up by the entrance to the mausoleum. I'm pretty sure we've killed them. Yes, we have. So we're going to head down here. I don't know if we just didn't go into this bottom entrance to the morgue. We might not have. So we're going to go into the ominous crevice, and this is going to put us into the bottom level of the House of Healing Morgue.
Defy description.
Silence can be best. Give it a try sometime.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Okay, I'm going to toggle the group here.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
And see if I see bodies down here. We did not do this. So we're going to go do it now. Okay, we have see invisibility. We want to work our way down here to a point where we detect one of the oozes. And then we're going to make our way back up. And I'm going to try and not make the same mistake I made during the Bard playthrough. Because now I want to see if I can attack him from range from here, and I can. So I'm going to start this off by attacking the Ooze. Okay, I'm going to do it again. Okay. So his surprise is worn off. Before he gets another turn, I need to move back away from the edge, out of line of sight from him. And there's a very specific reason for that. So I am going to, I believe they're immune to acid, but that's it. And he is probably resistant to necrotic. He is. So I'm going to go ahead and cast Hunter's Mark here. Okay, and I can't reach him. I'm just out of range there. Let's just move a little bit. Okay, so now I can cast it on him. Okay, and now, like I say, I'm going to move way back out of line of sight here.
What path lies before me?
Okay, and I'm going to let those surprises go. I don't care. He's going to dash towards me. Which is perfectly fine by me. I want to be able to move out using half of my movement. I want to be able to get an attack. And then I want to be able to move back. Again, out of line of sight. I think that's going to be out of line of sight. And I'm going to rinse and repeat this for a bit until they get up here closer to me. And it's a cool animation when they climb up the rocks. Okay, that was probably the wrong place for him to stop. Yes. That was the wrong place for him to stop. Let me see if I can work myself up to a point where I can see him. Right there. This is a 55% chance to hit. And there's a hit. Okay. And now again, move back around the corner. Okay, so now it's time to start bringing everybody else into this fight. And we're going to try and do some eliminations here. The first thing to realize is that they don't have he does not have see in the darkness. He doesn't have blind sight. However, the oozes do. They don't have eyes, so I can't blind them. So again, I'm going to move out here. And that one's just barely off. I can take these two out. Path is interrupted. There it is. Okay. And now I'm going to think about getting everybody else into this fight.
Can't afford any mistakes.
Knees are starting to ache. Right away.
Now this drop down is going to cause a bit of a problem for us. Okay. So that knocked the hollow armor out, replaced it with a shadow in his place. He was shadow infected. So that brought the shadow into the fight now.
Time to kill. Nice and easy.
He's the most dangerous one, though. He has an ability where he can pull you toward him. And if he's down here, he can pull you all the way from the top all the way down there, as we saw during the Bard live stream. So you want to make sure that you are backed away from him. Okay, so possibly inflict burning on the target if you make the attack from hide, so he's resistant to fire. Not resistant, so let's see if we can hit the ooze from here. We can. Okay, that's a crit. It's now burning. I'll add the sneak attack to it. And now my offhand, when I get the chance, is going to inflict more damage because the ooze is burning. So now let's bring Shadowheart in here. And I'm going to try and take out the shadow here. Perfect. That gave 2 stacks of Radiating Orb to the ooze. And this is the only one that's going to be able to reach me, I believe. Actually, we'll move out a little bit more and take the attack. These are going to dash, but I don't think they can reach me. They will be able to do a ranged attack on me, though, probably. Okay, so he should go after my Paladin. Okay, so didn't. We'll use Warding Flare here. That's fine. I'm trying also to preserve my action economy here as well, because I wasn't expecting this. And we still do have another fight to go. So I'm going to use my offhand attack here first, because I'm guaranteed to kill the Feated Ooze if I hit. Okay. So now my main hand attack, whoops, here. It's going to ask me for Executioner. I don't need it. Okay, now I'm going to do second main hand attack. Don't need any of those. I was hoping to actually kill it there, because now Dread Ambusher, ranged. I can't reach him, so I'm going to have to use it and kill this ooze. Okay.
Dice roll in my favor.
So now Gale, let's move up and see if we can just end it here. Perfect. Okay, that was a good utilization of high ground and all of that sort of stuff. The one thing I wished I would have remembered is to get Astarion to cast Hunter's Mark. I want him concentrating on something so that his strange conduit ring is giving him an additional 1d4 psychic damage.
Got a long road ahead.
So I don't think that the Oozes ever have anything. We have the protective plate, which grants you resistance to necrotic damage. That's all it does, though. Can be situationally useful, but and somewhat in a fight that we're about to have, but really not really worth it to use. It's not, doesn't have any other bonuses. So we're going to drop all the way down here to the bottom and see if there's anything else that we need to search down here, because honestly I can never remember if there is or not. And then we're going to go back upstairs and pick up a chest. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else down here. So we'll head back up. Because there's a chest that we want to get. And that chest has a ring in it that is a must-have for my party here. So we'll take Astarion and we're going to do Enhanced Leap. Move him over here and we'll jump him over to this side. And we have a gilded chest here.
With pleasure.
DC 14, we have a total bonus of 11. If I fail it, I do have more thieves' tools. Okay, so we're still good. And no, this is not it. This is the Flesh Melter cloak. Did I not do the morgue at all?
Still alive.
With this group?
Progress.
Chat?
Have to keep going.
I find that a little bit hard to believe, but that might be the case. Did we just not ever go into the morgue? Okay, so we're going to head there are a few things that we did not do here. Okay, that's a bit surprising. Okay, well, you guys are going to get a special bonus today because I'm not leaving here until I go to the Shadowfell. I'm not going to the Shadowfell until I get this. So we may be here a bit if I have not been to the morgue yet at all.
What's that?
Have we not been in there either? Holy cow. Okay, well this is getting a little ridiculous. So there's a bunch of content here that I have not done for one reason or another. I have not done the Shar and Sanctuary. Let's go up and see if I've done the morgue or not. Because now we're getting to a point where it's going to take an hour and a half to do it. And that is just not worth it. I would then at that point wait and do it in the video that I'm putting together.
No, never mind.
For you guys to view while I'm gone. It just seems, I can't believe I've left this much undone. Yeah, and I'm gonna go check that out too. That's exactly why I'm heading over this way. Because, yeah, it just seems like there's so much that I have not picked up yet. Seems a little odd to me. But we may have just skipped over a bunch of stuff. And that would be entirely my fault. But if that's the case, then what I will do is I will sit here off stream in this video that I'm preparing for all of you. And I will do all of these things in that video.
Here we go.
We have not been in here. We have not done the morgue. Let's go check and see if we haven't done the Githyanki ambush either.
Let's move.
Got completely turned around there. It's not this way. It's back this way. Yes, I know. I really wanted to end this live stream with that encounter.
All right, time to skulk about. These boots have seen everything.
Because the Shadowfell's amazing, but if there's all this stuff that I have left, it doesn't make any sense to go do it. So the alchemical stash is there, and that's empty. That's been looted. Yeah, the Githyanki are dead. Okay, so all we haven't done is the morgue. If that's the case, then you guys are just going to get some bonus time here, because we can go through the morgue
Wonder if the gods are
relatively quickly. So we'll go and we'll do the morgue here, and then we will go do the Shadowfell, and I don't care. It should only take us until maybe 30 after or so an extra 30 minutes worth of time here. And I think I'm more than willing to give that to you guys here. I really want to do this in person with y'all. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the Shadowfell in a video.
Something over there.
And you know, actually what we can do, well, no, it's in the opulent chest, which is in the other room. So I'm gonna have to do this. Okay, there's Firzu's Ring of Trading. Yeah, I just haven't been here at all. I can't believe I didn't do this. The Strange Tendril Amulet goes to Gale. Now, I am, like I say, the Shadowfell is not something that I want to do in a video. It's something that has to be done in person, and since I'm not going to be here next week, I am not going to put it in a video. That's not fair to all of you. I'm going to do it here. So we're going to take 20 minutes, and we're going to go through the morgue here real quick, because there's an item in here that is key to the way that we are playing our party, and that is by fighting in darkness. Okay, this is just a note that lets you know about the secret wall here.
Might find something useful.
Okay, so there should be a few camp supplies up here. And I'm going to pick up that burlap sack, actually. I actually probably just want to pick up this pouch. Isn't there a pouch over here? There's a couple of backpacks. I'm going to pick up the backpack.
What do we have here?
And this one. And I think there was a pouch over here. There is. I'm going to pick that up as well. I'm going to start sorting my items in my inventory a little better. And I want these extra pouches to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm moving Shadowheart back out here. We're going to group everybody back up.
All right. What now?
Okay, we're going to put everybody in hiding. We're going to undo the group. We're going to go to Astarion, and Astarion is going to drink... Okay, so here... Astarion is going to drink a poison resistance potion. We're going to go through the doors here. That I'm going to come back and do afterward, Lord Henry. Yes, the whole vault area and all that sort of stuff, I'm going to come back and do later.
Silent as the grave.
I can do that afterwards without a problem. So I'm hidden. I'm going to be popped out of hidden here. These zombies that are not animated right now are what's causing all these detection cones. But even if they find me, I am not going to be drawn into combat with them. But you can see that sometimes my pathing goes red. That's because there are poison clouds, little pockets of poison cloud out here. And it's really hard to navigate your way through all of this. That's why I took the poison resistance potion. And I'm going to walk out and just disarm these vents. Okay, so it's a 14. Let's actually cancel that. Put this stuff on because the fight afterwards is not a big deal. So, advantage saved us there because I can only fail these with a nat 1. Okay, and we're going to be able to get the first 2 here. And then trying to move up and get that third one is going to activate all of the zombies. And you're going to be kind of blocked in by these 2 back here. So I'm going to move back. I'm going to go into hiding out here. See if I can get shots. I can. On this zombie here. To start this off. Okay, so let's get our... Let's try this with offhand. Okay, they have undead fortitude. So, yeah, we'll use this here. Then we will go after this one. Get our second attack. And then our Dread Ambusher. Now, the zombies, if you examine them, one thing that you also notice is that they cannot see in the dark. Hey, Eric. No, we're going to be going for a bit, Eric. So feel free, settle in, because we're going to do this and then we're going to go to the Shadowfell. Okay, so for Astarion here, now what I'm going to do is hold his end turn.
How unseemly.
I'm going to take Gale out here and I'm going to cast Darkness here, and this might not bring Gale into combat.
Of course.
Okay. But I want to get him into combat so that Darkness doesn't keep ticking. Alright.
Keeping my head down. Don't waste
Now I can bring everybody else in here. This is probably going to bring them in, trigger them into combat. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I want my Paladin up front. My passives are on, yes it is. Okay, so that killed the greater zombie, and there's one more greater zombie in here. Down there.
Whatever comes, I'm ready. Need to tread softly.
Okay, so that brought Shadowheart into combat. Not a big deal, though. Okay, and now I want to try and see what the range here... Oh, yeah. I can't because of that. The very reason that I'm trying to get this thing is because she can't see in the darkness. So, her and Astarion, neither one of them can see when they're in here. They are blinded. I want to overcome that, and that's why I am here. Okay, so for now, if I move out there, that's going to take almost all of her movement. I can jump out there. That's a good idea. Do I have the range? I do. That should knock him completely prone because of all the reverberation stacks, and now I can move her back. Ah, perfect.
Can you feel death's cold grip? I won't give in.
Okay, and now here I can just apply Hunter's Mark on anybody, doesn't matter who. Yes, I'm definitely going to do that on my at the start of my next turn, Lord Henry, but thank you for reminding me. I wanted to use all of my actions to try and kill that zombie. Okay, so Astarion, like Lord Henry said, is we are definitely going to cast that, but we need to get out of darkness first.
On my way.
Okay, and now I will go after my attacks here. Okay, and now I have plenty enough to get him back.
Let me recite their demise.
Okay, for Gale, let's see if we can just remove the greater zombie here. Okay, so he's saved. That was a little bit unfortunate. How about yeah, that will break my concentration on darkness, so that would be bad.
What now?
So, this zombie here, I'm hoping I can just take out. Let's do this first. Outstanding. And now the greater zombie here should be able to take out without a problem. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. You're absolutely killing me, Smalls. Okay, I definitely want that greater zombie dead. What's my percent? 94%? Okay, I really wanted to have her cast another guiding bolt and knock this zombie down, but I think that zombie is still going to have to dash to get to me. We knew that one was going to have to. And same as that one. So good deal. Okay, so we'll reapply Hunter's Mark here.
Let's try this.
Now we can use our main hand attacks against this zombie. Rolling a crit. Okay, now we're going to hold Astarian's turn.
No gloom, all doom.
Can't even catch my breath.
Let's see how well we can do here against this zombie. Let's reapply Hunter's Mark. Hopefully we can one-shot him as well. Close. Okay. Now if Astarian moves here, is he going to trigger? He's not, because this zombie is blinded. So there's no attack of opportunity. That's what I was waiting to see. So now that he's gone, let's see if we can finish him off between the two of us here. Okay. And Shadowheart's not going to... I forgot, she can't see yet. So that's going to be a problem because she can't walk out there. And can't reach. If she goes there, she stands a good chance of slipping and falling. So we'll let the zombie get a turn here. Let's actually go here. Move up just a little bit. So hopefully the strike comes in there. Perfect. And that worked exactly how I wanted it to. So now the darkness can go away.
What a day.
And I'm going to take Astarian, make sure he has this pendant on. Don't think there's a whole lot to get off of the individual zombies, but I'll look. Okay. And now that we're immune to poison, we're going to make our way through here.
Moving. Well, hello. The dust has been disturbed here.
And we can disarm these vents. And as we do this, it's going to start clearing up the poison cloud. And there's one more here. Okay, now we have a couple of doors here, so there are 3 ways out of this room. So inside the double doors here, we're going to... This is going to remove his hunter's mark, so I would prefer not to do that. Forgot about that.
I'm ready.
Keep a blade close. There. Let's crack it open.
Okay, nice roll there. And here you have bided time. So the wearer gains arcane charge whenever they're hit by a melee attack. Not something that we're going to be focused on here. Dead Harper's going to have the Necrotic Laboratory spare key, which is important for us to pick up. And Olam's journal, which talks about the fact that he was fighting against Ketheric, tried to do like some sort of resistance guerrilla warfare and ended up being stuck down here and died. There's also research notes over here where they were talking about trying to remove the shadow curse. Things didn't work out the way that they wanted. And that's really all that you get out of here. However, we picked up the key. Now that guidance has run out. And I could use another poison resistance on Shadowheart, or just give up. Nope. Or just give up Hunter's Mark. I'm just trying to keep my action economy right now. Because like I say, we want to go to the Shadowfell. We don't want to. We are going to go to the Shadowfell today. This is the Morgue Laboratory. And that's where your key works. Okay, your perception failed, which sucks. Oh, he rolled a 7. I need that lever. So, yeah, don't really have a choice here.
Let's try this way.
No, don't want her to get that close. Bring her here. Get guidance, and hopefully we pass this. Oh, you're you're killing me. Well, I'm not going to, I'm just going to suck up the damage here. It opens that, it activates that lever right there.
My faith protects me. This'll help.
I have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
You're absolutely killing me.
Don't touch.
Okay. Well, in here is a bunch of stuff.
There is work to do.
This is just incredibly horrible.
You need some support.
So we'll just go. There is Carabasan's poison here, and there's some research notes about it, about what it does. It's a really good poison to have.
Let's have it.
We're going to search the sack.
Subtle steps.
And there's some potions back here to pick up.
Blood on the shelves? Probably cold and congealed.
And there's an opulent chest. And we're going to disarm this. And now we can lockpick it.
Challenge.
And this is what we came here for. Okay, so some gold, some crafting materials, and the Eversight ring. The wearer cannot be blinded. Okay, this is going to go to Shadowheart for now. It is going to be changed
Can't afford to stay idle.
to Astarion later. Okay, so for now, that is a very important upgrade for us. And again, I just can't. This lever, and I guess maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I'll go check. I'll go flip this lever.
Let's see here. No,
Yeah.
it's not moving.
This
There must be a
lever
way to open
is
it somewhere.
actuated by this. I believe the only person who hasn't tried a check here is Gale. So Gale may take some poison while he's walking through here.
With haste.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes. Allow me.
I applaud your taste.
That might be
The last person. Okay, so
Trust no one.
now the lever works, and it opens the door, and it gets you into this room here. Okay, now we've seen this from the bottom, but I wanted you to see it from the top. Out here, now you can see we came in this way previously. Okay, this is where we were. And as part of that, we went over and looted the gilded chest over here. This leads you into that same room. You can't jump here unless you have a really high strength, even with the jump spell or the enhanced leap spell, but you can Misty Step over here fairly easily if you want to go here and then over here and then do it. It's just much easier to come from the outside. Okay? So, I wanted to show that to you, and it took all of every character in my group to be able to find that lever. So now that we've done everything in here that we want to do, we do not have to go back through the poison, because now we've got what we needed. So we are going to group everybody back up, and we are going to go back to the Verge of the Shadows. Okay, looks like the only lasting thing we have is that Shadowheart's a little bit low here.
No one back home will
So all of our other action economy is still good?
work my
Yes, it is. That's good enough.
At least things have stayed interesting.
And now we're going to enter into the Shadowfell, and for this I'm going to drop a save again. Just for that exact reason.
Worth a shot?
This must be the last step. I need to pray. Only by Lady Shar's grace did we even make it this far. All right. No need to dash in ahead of me. I'm ready. Some prayers are answered more quickly than others. Let's continue.
Your party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope.
Okay, and this really is one of those everything's going to change afterward choices. So don't go in here unless you've finished up everything you want to do in Act 1.
Trepidation and awe ripple through you as you enter the water. Beyond lies Shar's domain, the Shadowfell.
Lady Shar. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell.
You did well. Better than I would have credited you with. Now, hurry along and bear witness to my masterpiece.
This is the Dark Lady's domain. He does not belong here.
Oh, very well then. My sincere thanks. Don't be so mercenary. General Thorm's approval is worth more than any mere bauble. Now, get on with it. Try not to lose your footing. I'd hate to see good flesh wasted on a long fall into oblivion.
Okay, so we've cleared the way and opened it up for Balthazar. And you see that we have Featherfall on us. And we feel lighter, as if the softest push could send us drifting away. We've had this condition before.
Need to keep going.
If we jump, you can see how far we're able to jump now.
I'll grab that.
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shar. Hear my words of faith. Blessed Nightsong, witness my adoration.
And the music's amazing. I'm kind of letting it play and letting the ambiance go here. Sorry to interrupt it.
Nadisha's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall. Nadisha's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Okay, now once you get here, you're going to see these piles of bones. Those are going to become important later on, and there are ways to help tease this, I guess. But what I'm going to do here is put everybody into hiding.
What path lies before me?
And I'm going to make my way in hiding up here. Okay, remember you are surrounded by chasm everywhere. It's important you realize that. Having your back to something substantial that you cannot be pushed off of is incredibly important.
As much as I
Okay.
savor our
So now I'm going to work
we got started.
just a little bit of positioning. There's not a whole lot you need to do here.
I cannot prevent you, but you know as well as I will come for you. One day.
Poor child. So enthralled by gory revenge fantasies, you may find yourself disappointed by reality.
Let us find out.
Okay, so I'm going to start this off here with my Paladin. I'm going to stay here in this general location. And here in the middle is Balthazar. And here is the Nightsong. So we're going to come out of hiding here with just my Paladin and start this off.
Balthazar, come to add more bars to my cage? Or perhaps to lead this would-be Justicia's blade directly to my heart? I invite you. Heap more sins upon your head. My retribution will be all the sweeter for them.
All this time, and you still fail to appreciate the gifts I bestowed on you, Aelin. Sad to see a thing of beauty not recognize its own worth. But General Thorm, he appreciates you, and he wants you close at hand. So, I am here to whisk you back to him.
Ketheric. I welcome the sight of him after these 100 years. He whose immortality I supply with my very soul.
General Thorm. I'm sure you'll be on your best behavior for him, but just in case, I've taken some precautions. Keep back. It will take quite some concentration to secure Aelin for her little journey.
The Nightsong is Shar's sacrifice. She's my destiny. He cannot have her.
Person? Please. You insult her. You insult me. Aelin is so much more than that. She is an Aasimar, bound to a soul cage of my creation, and lending her immortal strength to General Thorm. Her power, his will, and my genius. An unsurpassable feat.
Ramblings most unsane. Poor Balthazar. For maggots ate his brain long ago.
Hold your tongue, Aelin, or I'll take it away from you again. And you, no more questions. No more interference. Dead man, you haven't been paying attention, have you? Perhaps I'll revive your carcass and add you to my retinue. Then you'll have all the time in the world to think on your mistakes. Let us make short work of this.
Unleash me.
Okay, so this starts a big fight here, but this fight is actually a lot easier than you might think. Okay, so Gale is here. Actually, before we do that, we will go with Astarion first. Okay, and Balthazar is here. We want to focus down Balthazar. With everybody except Gale. Okay, not the greatest turn for Astarion.
What fools these mortals be.
Gale is going to pop Darkness. Okay, and you can see that all of these apostates are not immune to being blinded. Okay. And I might as well make an offhand attack against him here. Okay, so now my Paladin going to drop Hunger of Hadar. Hoping to get that one too. Can. Okay, and now I'm going to move back just a little bit with him. Oh no, he's blinded. He's not. I don't think he can hit me from there, though. But I don't want to take the chance. No, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine staying there. Okay, now remember, they cannot make ranged attacks into darkness. That's a problem for them. The spiritual weapon's immune to being blinded as well. And now Balthazar's favorite attack is Ray of Sickness. Ray of Sickness is a ranged spell attack, and he can't make that into darkness either. That's what you get for missing. This is all what you get for trying to come near me.
to put an end to your follies.
Okay, I'm not going to counterspell Misty Step. I will give him Sonic Backlash, though. And now, see, he just skips his turn. Because he wants to cast Ray of Sickness, and he can't do that into darkness. So he just goes away. Now, Astarion has to step outside of the darkness because he's blinded to make his attacks, but he has plenty enough movement to be able to do that.
Let's play.
One can't always be a gentleman.
That's what happens when you try and get close to Shadowheart. And I forgot I had Hunger of Hadar active, and when I cast Hunter's Mark, it got rid of it. Oh, thank you. Didn't want to move out of the darkness there. It's almost comical. And there goes Balthazar again. So see, now you kind of see what I was getting at with this fight can be somewhat trivialized by the use of darkness here. Okay, now Astarion.
Swords meet sorcery.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Can't reach him there, so we'll focus on a couple of these. Now we're just going to rinse and repeat this, because most of them are just going to stick around out there and not do anything. I do love the ice. Okay, and now that this side's clear, I can venture out with Astarion. So he can get his regular attacks on everybody else. And I'll start working this other side. And then dropping him back into the darkness. Just everybody going prone.
From here.
At least he's smart enough not to run into it. Not going to save him in the end, though. Okay, and now I'm going to start moving people up here to the top. And I'm not going to need this summon anymore. Oh, it just took a while. I'm curious what that was for. So now we'll have Astarion step out here again.
Let's go.
Oh, I've got an offhand that I forgot about.
So much for peace.
We don't necessarily want to knock him back. We want to keep him within range.
Let's finish this.
Can make all the ranged attacks they want. Those arrows do not get through darkness. Okay, so we'll step out with Gale first. And then while he's out there, we'll step out with Astarion. Then we'll move him back, and we'll move Gale back.
They burn. Survival is all that matters.
That ends Balthazar.
Talk to me.
And they should just sit there and not do anything. Again, move out Gale. Move out Astarion. Okay, Astarion. Okay. We'll move Gale back in here. And now we're going to get ready to start moving out. Because they are not going to come towards me. I'm going to have to go to them. Okay, so I'm going to start with my Paladin here. Yeah, I was going to say, Eric, that's exactly true. There's always a counter. And for them, I don't really care if I use passives. This one's going to go bye-bye. This one won't. Okay, and I killed him. Alright. So we can drop darkness.
No time to dally.
And before we go, who has it? Okay, it's here. Okay, so we are going to have Astarion go around and start looting some really high-priced things here. All of these armors and all that sort of stuff are worth quite a bit. Okay, so that's going to fill him up just barely, though. Okay, so now we'll have Shadowheart loot up some stuff. This is probably going to put her over. Yes, it will. And you're not going to have enough to loot all of this. It doesn't matter how much strength you have. So Astarion's full, she's full, so we'll go with Gale. There's just too much out here. Okay, so we'll head to this side and loot the last few up here, including Balthazar. Okay, so Balthazar is going to have a book about soul cage research, and he's going to have the Circle of Bones. So this allows you, it gives you the animate dead on necromancy spell, and it allows all of those allied undead within 6 meters to be resistant to all sorts of physical damage. Okay. Whoops. Okay, actually did manage to loot everything here. I guess it helped. I'm not going to worry about this last one up here. Okay, so
I wonder what the next move.
Shadowheart becomes the center of attention here. And we will go talk to the Nightsong.
Let's see what's to be said.
Balthazar has drawn his final rancid breath. A pity it was not my hand that brought it about. Instead, it was you. You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shar's spear. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is your own. To be a Dark Justicia is to turn your heart from everything but loss. You will know no love, no joy, only servitude, until of course your mistress inevitably discards you. And there is much she does not tell you. A terrible blood price that may extend beyond my own death.
You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. But your bond is strong. You may yet be able to sway her from the path of duty to the path of light. And Nightsong is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
Well, well, well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, I. Empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child. Frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Much has been promised to you, hasn't it? But what has been taken from you? What do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
There it is. True death, at last. You are Shar's child, after all. And I am.
It is done. You have proven yourself. You have answered my highest calling. My chosen. My warrior. My dark Justicia. No more hiding. Let me show you. Let all see how you have served me, Shadowheart, and how you have been rewarded. Your pain is now your power. Wield it true. My charge must be cleansed. You shall be my instrument in ridding it of the impure. Then you shall take up the mantle as its new leader. First, hunt down the traitor, Ketheric Thorm. He shunned my race. He let my armies be slaughtered. He used my domain to safeguard his wretched life. But now, without the Nightsong, he's vulnerable. End him. In my name, Shadowheart. Let him see you in your splendor before you shut his eyes forever. Once he is vanquished, Baldur's Gate awaits. Your holy work will continue there, where you first learned of my embrace. Take up my spear again and go forth. Let the cleansing begin.
actually done it. A Dark Justiciar chosen by Lady Shar. It almost doesn't feel real. Not as glad as I am. I wanted to talk to you about that. Lady Shar has bestowed a great honor upon me. But it isn't without a cost, it seems. She expects me to fill my heart up with love for her alone, leaving no room for others. No room for us. I don't want to. But Lady Shar demands it. Everything is surrendered to her, ultimately. But she claims some things earlier than others, it seems. Perhaps we'll still be able to find a way. Some interpretation of her will that lets us stay together. But I can't guarantee anything. And I suspect that she'll demand more and more of me as time passes. If you don't want to gamble on that, I understand. You'll have little trouble finding a more straightforward lover, I suspect. Are you sure? I don't want you to resent my divided affections. Then I can only hope Lady Shar will prove lenient if I try to keep a little piece of my heart from her. She has, and I must continue to prove myself worthy of her favor. The apostate Ketheric Thorm still lives. That will soon change if I have any say in the matter. Lady Shar's church in Baldur's Gate has yet to be cleansed. A rot has set in amongst the leadership, one that I must cut out. Even once all that is done, more will be asked of me, no doubt. The holy work will not be done until the Night Singer's eternal darkness is restored. There is one other matter. As the chosen of Lady Shar, it is time to carry myself like one. I still carry certain vestiges of a novice. That will no longer do. If I am to lead in Lady Shar's name, I must look the part. Leave it to me. You'll see exactly what I mean soon enough.
Well, there's your extra hour of bonus time. Again, I wanted you to see that in person. As I chose earlier with Will's calling was to kill Karlach. Shadowheart's calling in life was to make a sacrifice here in the Shadowfell and become a Dark Justiciar. And she has now done that. She has now fulfilled her dream. And this is not the end for Shadowheart's quest. This is where she has become the avatar of Lady Shar. And now she has more things to do, and this is going to lead you into something later on in Act 3 to further cement her authority over the Church of Shar. So you saw there at the end that we were given 4 things, and this is what I wanted you, the last thing to see here before we end the stream. So it automatically does some equipping of items for you because of that cutscene. So the first thing it does is gives you the Dark Justiciar half plate. This is a different version than the Dark Justiciar half plate that we found previously. This has Shar's Umbre, so while you're obscured, the wearer has advantage on stealth checks. situationally useful, but really not all that great. Shar's protection, however, while the wearer has Shield of Faith active, reduce all incoming damage by 2 and reflect damage received back at the attacker, who takes 1 to 4 necrotic damage. Okay, now Shield of Faith is a spell that requires you to concentrate on it, and that spell is conveniently given to you here as Shar's Aegis. Once per long rest, you can cast it. The thing that I want to test is whether or not just having the condition Shield of Faith matters. Because if I can have somebody else cast Shield of Faith on her, then that leaves her free to continue doing her stuff with Spirit Guardians and those sorts of things, which would be a much better service of her concentration spells than using Shield of Faith from this to do it. So if that's the case, then I could have somebody else cast it on her with a scroll or something like that, and she would always be doing 1d4 necrotic damage to any attack that she takes. The next thing you get are the Dark Justiciar Gauntlets. Your weapon attacks now automatically deal an additional 1d4 necrotic damage. So that's just a straight up bonus on top of anything else that you've gotten. You also have the Beckoning Darkness level 4 necromancy spell. And if you look at this is a bonus action. You curse a creature to be haunted by darkness. It takes 2d8 necrotic damage if it enters or starts its turn in a lightly or heavily obscured area. It lasts for 2 turns, and it recharges per turn. What this means is that with your bonus action, you can cast Beckoning Darkness on any enemy that's standing in the darkness with you, and they are going to take 2d8 necrotic damage for the next 2 turns when their turn ends or starts inside that darkness. It's an incredible power boost for her from a damage dealing perspective. We lose our luminous armor, so our radiant shockwave, and we lose the gloves of belligerent skies, which is inflicting reverberation. To do that, you also get the Dark Justiciar boots. This gives you a dexterity saving throw +1, and it gives you a cantrip, which is shadow teleportation. You can teleport to an unoccupied, obscured spot. Okay, so you can teleport yourself all around into any obscured spot per short rest, once per short rest. The last thing that you get is Shar's Spear of Evening, and I can't tell you how awesome this thing is. So first, you gain Shar's Blessing, which means you gain advantage on saving throws while you're lightly or heavily obscured. Again, every time she stands in darkness, she's going to be gaining advantage on every saving throw she has to make. This weapon deals an additional 1d6 to creatures that are lightly or heavily obscured. So again, any enemy standing in the darkness with her, she's now doing 9 to 22 damage with the Spear of Evening. The other thing it brings with it is blindness immunity. So she is now perfectly capable of landing melee attacks with advantage inside darkness against blinded creatures and doing that sort of damage. She is now not just a spell-casting cleric, she is also a melee-based damage-dealing cleric with this weapon. It's a +3 weapon, so +3 to hit and to damage. 2 other things that come with it. The Edge of Darkness. Once per short rest, she can create a cloud of darkness when she attacks that's going to last for 3 turns, and it's a 3-meter radius. However, it also comes with Shar's Darkness. Create a cloud that heavily obscures and blinds creatures within. This is the darkness spell. it has the 5-meter radius. You can cast it out to 18 meters in front of you. It takes concentration. It recharges per turn. This is a free darkness spell without having to use a spell slot. Is what this is. So now she can create darkness. She can wade into that darkness, deal out heaps of damage, and while she might not be able to knock targets prone with reverberation or things like that, she can more than make up for it with the straight damage boost that she has because of Shar's Spear of Evening. Now, that means that basically what happens is my reverberation gear goes away. It's all gone. I'm still going to have some radiating orb damage, or radiating orb stuff here through causing radiant damage, to then cause or throw out radiating orb when I do it. But that now is in the past, and her build changes, and that's one of the reasons that I respect her to be 16 strength. So that now she's attacking with a strength-based weapon. She can still use a shield and keep her high armor class, but now she's able to deal out a lot of damage. So, what did it cost me? It cost me my reverberation build. It also cost me the Nightsong. This is a hard decision to make. It's not one that the game expects you or wants you to make, at least on your first playthrough. There are going to be repercussions from this, and we're going to see some of that much later on. Well, not much later on, but just a little bit later on as we go. So that brings us to a great point to end the live stream. Thank you for sticking with me for the extra hour. I hope the bonus content here was worth you guys seeing it. But again, I wanted you to see it live so I could discuss it with you. Remember, next week you will have a video. I'm going to follow this up with 3 hours of recorded video that I will have go live next Sunday, and then I will be back for the Starfield live stream next Wednesday. So, with that, as always, thank you all for being here. The interactions are always great with all of you. I certainly appreciate it. Without your support, none of this would be possible. This is Commander Jarrell saying, until next time, fare thee well.